Tēnā koutou katoa. I want to welcome everybody here to the Infrastructure Services Committee, 14th of February 2023. Before we open the committee, I want to first welcome Donna Matahare Atariki from Otako. It's lovely to have you here, Donna, and Marlene McDonald from Puketaraki. Lovely to have you here too. I also want to welcome Brent Weatherall as the new Deputy Chair of Infrastructure to this committee, and welcome back councillors who are returning, and welcome councillors who are coming to this committee for the first time. Before we open, I'd ask Marlene if she would open with a karatia timatanga for us, please.
Me ino tātou, e tō mātou i te raki, manaki tia mai mātou, mō tēnei ata, e ako nei o ngā mea whakahere ki mātou, kia tū hono ai he oroha wainkanui a tātou, koe hi karaiti tō mātou ariki.
Kia ora, Marlene. We have nobody for public forum. We have nobody for public forum. We'll move on to the next section, apologies. As of now, we have no apologies either. So I'll move on to declarations of interest. Members are reminded they need to stand aside from decision making when there is a conflict arise between their roles as an elected representative, any private or other external interests they might have. Are there any changes to the declarations of interest? Therefore, I move then that the committee notes the elected or independent members' interest register attached as attachment A and confirms the proposed management plan for elected or independent members' interest. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Walker. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Moving on to Part A reports, actions and resolutions of Infrastructure Services Committee meetings on page 15. Are there any questions on this item? Okay, there appears to be no questions, and I'll move that the committee notes the open actions from resolutions of Infrastructure Service Committee meetings shown as attachment A. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Barker. All those in favour? Against? By the way, I didn't ask for speakers then because no one asked any questions. Moving on to item 6, page 21, the Infrastructure Service Committee Forward Work Programme. Do we have any questions for that? Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Chair. The item on page 24 around public toilets, could I just have a comment from staff around progress on the changing places?
Yes, through the Chair, I'll take that if that's okay. There has been a delay. The teams continue to work on it and working on developing plans for the site that was chosen, which is adjacent to the library. We have all of the contracts in place. We had some delays during COVID getting some of the infrastructure into the country, and work continues with the transport team to look at the intersection there and the curbs, and that's required for it. So it's in progress, but it has been delayed.
Do you have any time frame for it to be completed, Mr West?
No, but I can get back to you. Yep.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question on page 25 around the pay-by-plate meters, and I was just wondering a little bit more information on the project. I see it's starting in February 2023, and I wondered where it's starting.
So that project will be starting later this month. There's a comms plan in development to help spread the message amongst the community, but effectively it's putting new technology housed inside the existing infrastructure.
So you'll be giving information to people about how it works, etc., etc. And is that replacing the meters? There's a lot that don't work at the moment, so that's giving that upgrade, is it?
Correct.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I hope this is the right place to ask this question. Just in terms of the funding we have set aside for the Tunnels Trails project, when are we likely to see any information regarding an update or forward work on that project appear on this particular document? Don't know who wants to answer that.
In terms of updates in this document, I recall that was a decision of council, so it might not have worked its way through the system into here.
I'll do this. There'll be a major capital projects update as part of the annual plan process, and that'll give some clarity on progress. That may or may not be the meetings next week. It may be in the May meetings.
And that potentially will include other projects as well. Are we doing?
It will be the capital program generally.
Ms McDonald.
Kia ora. Is there, regarding on page 23, is there space for mana whenua input into this naming of new roads and private ways?
Yeah, correct. So the team are working with mana whenua. Simon Spears will probably be able to speak further to that, so I can give you some further information. But the team have been working with mana whenua in adding names to the register.
And also at the time of a naming, I believe, is there a cross check at that time as well?
Yeah, correct. There is.
Are you able to view this book of names? Are people able to view it?
People are able to view the current list, but in the background, staff are working with mana whenua and other members of the community to add a whole lot of names to the list, and that'll come back to council for adoption shortly.
Councillor Van der Vis.
On 25, we have an interim speed management plan line. Does any of that revolve around looking at some of the complaints we've had regarding the 40k limit on the Peninsula Road? I keep getting a lot of complaints and was wondering if we are going to revisit any of that.
No, the interim speed management plan that went to council late last year is predominantly about lowering speeds around schools, but as indicated in that previous report, they'll be looked at the full speed management plan that starts development this year.
So there's no plan to do anything about the considerable feedback we've had on the lowered speed limit out the peninsula?
No, there is. There'll be an opportunity to engage with the community about that through the development of the full speed management plan.
And when will that be, and how will people do that?
So it's in development this year. I don't know the timing. I can get back to you on the timing of how that will unfold.
Councillor Lafiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr Chair. Further to Ms McDonald's question, and I think it's a matter of the street naming policy, but if we were wanting to, if the council was of a mind to actually change the policy so that there is a more equitable, in my opinion, distribution of new street names, so that mana whenua is actually, you know, it's can be tokenistic. Some of the areas that we've named are in areas where mana whenua reside, but if we were of a mind to explore it, to update the policy so that there is more of a spread throughout the whole region about mana whenua names.
I think that's a very valid question. I'm just actually wondering if you'd bring it up again when item 8 comes through, because it's nearer to the actual activity of the item rather than this item, which is the forward work. So I will bring it up again for you to bring it up again when we get to that item, if that's okay. Thank you. Any more questions? I'll put it then that we note the Infrastructure Services Committee Forward Work Programme. Does anybody wish to speak? Okay, all those in favour? Oh, I need a seconder, sorry. Councillor Walker. Now all those in favour? Against? Carried. Item 7, Retail Quarter Update. I invite Mr Von Pine, Mr Drew and Mr Hazelton or Dr Hazelton to speak to the item.
Happy to take as read and answer any questions.
I'll just wait for everybody to get their stuff together, but okay, good. Any questions? Oh, I might start then. I noticed that we have started on the Meridian block, is that true? And what work's going on there at the moment?
They're renewing underground infrastructure.
Okay, so it's being dug up at the moment to do the underground infrastructure component of it.
Correct.
Okay. The farmers block is complete, is that correct?
Correct.
The Knox block is getting near the end of completion, is that correct? What's
Probably
moving along?
halfway,
60%.
60%.
Okay, and then the Meridian obviously has just started to be dug up. I notice that there's two components of the redesign I want to ask some questions about. If we were to go forward and do a redesign, the staff has said it would take a few months and it cost between $300,000 and $500,000. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the cost of standing down Isaacs is around about $750,000 to $1 million a month.
Correct. That's
Now, if this took 3 to 4 months, you and I had a conversation about this, it wouldn't necessarily be the full $3 to $4 million because you could divert staff to other places, but it would certainly mean for the first month or to 6 weeks we would be facing the full cost of that, and then it would slowly start to go down. Is that correct?
correct. We'd work with a contractor to try and redeploy them to other work sites.
And once we had redeployed them and we'd done the redesign, we would have to get them back, right?
Correct. That would be potentially one of the challenges.
And there's a risk there too in terms of being able to get them back. Thank you. Mr. Von Pine will probably have a better answer to this than others. The Wakakatahi funding, is it a funding around repairs and maintenance, or is it funding around safety, or is it a combination of both?
It is a combination of both, but the business case talks to the safety improvements and the introducing mode shift. So it's more than just renewals, if that's the answer.
Therefore, if it would be, I presume, then reasonable to say that if you change the direction of traffic on the road, you would probably change the safety profile, so therefore you would change the business case?
Correct.
Thank you. I have hands coming up now, so I've got more questions, so I'm just going to start moving on. Councillor Walker first, Councillor Barker next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of questions, please, and thanks for the report. So just, I guess, in the context of the energy we're expending here, relitigating council decisions, can I just ask, how is planning going for the other parts of the central city plan? Quite interested to know that.
Currently, we haven't done any work on any other parts of the central city. We were hoping to kick off early this year, but obviously with this report, we've just been delayed on that. So that work will follow once this report is, when we know the outcome of this.
So in essence, this report has impinged on that further development?
Yeah, our attention has been focused on this report.
So new mic system, we're all struggling. Stop pressing. And this, feel free not to answer this, but you guys in the office there on the ground will be cognizant of the answer, which is a political question. Do you feel that since the completion of the Farmers Block area, that the sentiment, the feedback you're getting has changed? If it's changed, is it, in what way has that changed? If it's positive or negative?
Well, it's a difficult answer. It'd be mixed, I'd say.
Very diplomatic.
And councillors, I think it's important that you ask staff questions that are within their areas of expertise and not ask them to speculate on things that are political.
Hence my...
I agree. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Chair. I have two questions, just following on from that. And we talked yesterday about the ROS report, and which also focuses on some questions around the centre city. So I just wonder if there's any evidence from the ROS report about the look and feel of the centre city, because I know it's only been a little while, but I'll just flag that. My second question, I guess I might be preempting Councillor Gilbert. When he voted for this report, he mentioned that he was very keen on pedestrianisation, and I note that the costs, etc., for pedestrianisation aren't in the report, would it be right to make an assumption, which is a terrible thing, that these costs would probably be quite low, given that that would be an easy change?
Yeah, correct. I guess it's how the whole thing with flexibility in two ways, how you use the transport corridor for movement, and you have a finite amount of space that you have to divide up between vehicles and pedestrians.
So is that why pedestrianisation, why the report focused on the two-way rather than on...
So I'll answer that if I can. Staff, because the resolution was tricky to interpret, and so in the report you will see that staff have chosen a definition of flexibility that is two-way, and that was following reviewing your debate many times and assessing that that was generally the tenor of the debate at the meeting that passed the resolution.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question's about an element of the infrastructure part of the work. It's my understanding that the city has borne the cost of the connection of all the laterals to the businesses and the work to date. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I'm assuming that...
Sorry, button.
And I'm still assuming that attitude and cost will continue to be borne by the city on ongoing blocks as they are done. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. And that is quite a different approach from when the work in place happened, when those costs were borne by the property owners, and the property owners also paid a per metre contribution to the costs of the surface works. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Vandervis.
Flexibility that was asked for could be achieved by allowing the two-way Knox block to be finished and simply deferring the current two-way for the remaining blocks. Why has this flexibility option not been included in this report?
I think it is. That was our interpretation of flexibility, was to put it back two-way, 30 kilometres an hour, which was the way George Street used to be.
So my question is, why was essentially the do-nothing option and look at the exit costs for the contract not looked at?
Look, I think when you look at through the chair, the resolution, how can flexibility be incorporated into the remainder of the project? We took that to mean the redesigned George Street with an enhanced surface treatment, again following extensive re-listening to your debate. The sense we got from that debate was no one was talking about leaving things as they are.
With respect, I've always talked about leaving things as they are, and this update report that we have now seems to me to have no flexibility at all. It's simply a report.
Councillor,
a report that's
you're getting into speeches.
Okay, pardon me. All right. My next question is, in my email to you asking what the exit costs would be for the simply indefinitely deferring the remainder of the blocks. You said you couldn't get them in time for this meeting. How soon could you get that information to us? I would have thought it would just...
Is the question, what are the exit costs to exit the contract completely?
To allow the Knox block to be finished and then defer indefinitely, yes, the contract completely.
I can have that conversation with the contractor and the engineer, and I'd suggest maybe 2 weeks, and I can give you a good guideline answer.
It'll take 2 weeks to get that information. You can't just simply look at the contract and...
I think it's been answered, Councillor.
Can I just ask Mr Von Pinus an additional question just to clarify? Would there be a conversation required with Waka Kotahi as well in terms of revenue as well?
There would be. We'll need to talk to Waka Kotahi about the revenue and the co-funding that we'll get. And in terms of the exit costs, it's not a linear cut-off, so that's why I can't give an answer straight away. So it's dependent on the amount of plant and machine people out on site, the prelim and generals, all the back office stuff. So it's not an answer that sits in the contract as such. It's something they would need to derive. So I'd need a bit of time to derive that.
Thank you.
Can I just follow that up with a question for the CE? What are our obligations under our own audit components of stopping a project midway into having funded it? Do we have any obligations?
We have contractual obligations that we would be required to meet, and they would be costly.
Mr Mayor.
Yes. I think this report is insufficient.
No, it's a statement, Mr Mayor. Can we start with questions?
So we are already in questions, but we've just heard So I'm wondering, why was there an option for 30 km/h shared path? We've seen. It appears to me that Timaru has an option, or is running 30 km/h shared path with shopfront to shopfront, smooth surface, so no drop curbs. Was that considered? Why is that not?
Yeah, correct. That's covered in paragraph 31D. It just requires some kind of delineation between pedestrian areas and vehicle movement. Traditionally, it's been curb and channel, but you're right, there are other ways of delineating those zones.
With the coarser pavers, the rougher, the tactile pavers that are being used currently in the farmers' block to delineate more pedestrian areas versus road areas, would that be sufficient?
My sense is, so Timaru was done some time ago. I think transport safety engineering has moved on since then, and without going into detailed design, I would expect that something more was required, but potentially bollards or some kind of physical barriers along the way.
What about if there was a 10 km/h two-way shared path?
Yeah, then it operates as a shared zone, and the delineation requirement is not as onerous.
And similarly, there'd be different amounts of. It'd be easier to move the structure and so forth on the surface if it was all shared, if it was all smooth, a continuous surface.
So, sorry, can you clarify the question?
Rather than drop curbs, if it was a continuous surface, shop front to shop front.
Sorry, correct.
Thank you.
Just following up from that, and then I'll get Councillor Gary. On point 31, it goes A through I. They're all design considerations that would have to be taken into account, which contributes to the timing of the redesign. Am I correct?
Sorry. That is correct. So yeah, the first thing we need to do is design for a two-way street, then overlay that with the existing one-way, and see where the clashes are and what we can fit in, and how we can introduce flexibility that way.
And so Part D is just a subset of the set that had to be dealt with. Is that correct? Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. My first question is to Dr. Hazelton to ask, when we previously considered in the previous triennium the two-way option and flexibility, has anything changed between when we made that decision in terms of best practice or research or any of that? Has anything changed between then and now?
I'm not aware of any changes in that space at a national level, and I still think that the detailed business case still stands.
Thank you. And secondly, in paragraph 31, it's a list of the changes and physical modifications that would have to occur. Given we're very aware of what's happening up in Auckland at the moment and climate change, what would be the impact of removing the gardens from a stormwater perspective?
There would be some impact, but it wouldn't be a huge impact because we have mostly not used them as rain gardens. There's a couple of rain gardens which will assist, but I've checked that with the team. It wasn't a massive impact. As I said, any permeable surfaces will help in the event of a storm.
Thank you.
Councillor Vandervis, Councillor Gilbert and Councillor Benson-Pope. Councillor Vandervis.
Going again to item 31 and D. 31 says physical modifications required, things we have to achieve this flexibility. Why is it that Mr. Drew has just confirmed that other ways of delineating the flexible option are available? Why are they not included in this report? Why is it said here blandly that we must introduce curb and channel?
Sorry, Councillor, actually that's not an accurate thing because the rest of the sentence at the end starts with or alternative design delineation infrastructure to separate vehicles. So the word or is already in there.
Okay, my apologies. Thank you for that.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. I'll try not to be too gun happy on the trigger. A question around the finances on page 37. On the reading of it, it would appear that the actuals of 21-22 and the current forecast for 22-23 would have us being roughly 8 million over budget. I know I have got an answer from you on email on this, but could you possibly clarify that?
So that's about the timing of the spend. So when we forecast it for an annual plan, it was spread out over a longer period of time. To help with the ongoing disruption to the central city, staff have worked with a contractor to compress that program. So we've delivered more in the previous year than we had forecast to. And you'll see in future years we're under budget. So it's about spending budget from future years earlier.
Have any of the unknowns, the issues, the problems that you have told us about in workshops and things, have any of those impacted on the spend?
Yes, it's a complex project, and we have encountered quite a few known risks in terms of unknown services and ground conditions, historical items. So yes, it's a really complex project, and yes, we've found lots of those risks, but we're working within those budgets. So yeah, we're still within those lines. But
sorry, did what I said I wasn't going to do and fired off early. So with the unknowns that you have had, the interruptions, the changes in excavation and things, with the completed blocks and the nearly completed blocks, what degree of certainty do we have that there are no unknowns in the blocks yet to come that may throw the budget out?
it's a live risk, and it's what we work with every day in infrastructure. There's lots of at the start of the project we try and think of all the risks and we quantify them. We have known knowns and known unknowns. And we do encounter them. We will encounter them, I suggest, on George Street again, and we do all around the city in most of our projects. That's part of the job. Yeah.
So you're fairly confident that the underspend, or the under budget rather, that we've got in the coming years is what we're going to hit, or thereabout, or even better than?
We have sufficient budget in the long-term plan to cover the project. So you'll see, I can't remember the paragraph, our forecast cost is
26.
Sorry. And we hold a contingency sum for those known unknowns and unknowns.
Thank you. It's the unknown unknowns that unknown about.
Just to follow Councillor Gilbert's question up, that is the point of the contingency plan, right? Otherwise, we get the situation we used to have in the past where we have budget blows out because we never budgeted for what we didn't know.
Correct. And I should add that each of the risks that we find, we have mitigations as well. So we have tools to try and address those known and unknown risks. It's all part of the job. Lots of fun.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's my understanding that the agreed one-way configuration has the advantage of, in addition to extra amenity space and pedestrian space, also that it enables greater numbers of on-street car parks to be located. Is that true?
In some blocks, yes, but not in all blocks. So in the Farmers block, for example, we do have a couple of extras, but in like places like the Knox block, with the addition of double bus stops there, we haven't been able to retain the same numbers.
And in the remaining blocks in the project?
It's a mix. The Golden Block is pretty close. There's a couple of extra losses in the New Edinburgh Way, but we're also finding that with the reconfiguration of the intersections, we're actually able to crimp a few into the side streets as well. So, for example, out on the corner here with Moray and George, there's still a couple of additional spots we can pinch in there as well.
And that's in the context of the one-way configuration rather than a two-way?
Correct. If you went back to a two-way, you could either have the same amount of numbers as we had previously, or if you wanted to retain some of the amenity space, you would then have to make a choice between car parks and amenity.
Thank you.
Before I move on to Councillor Gary, I'm just flagging that it would my intention, by the way, to move this item. Councillor Gary.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Von Pine, you might be able to answer this one for me. The FAR rate, is it involved in this particular funding?
There is a FAR rate, and it changes per each financial year, yes.
That was my next question, because it goes down by 1%, doesn't it? So would that mean, in that case, if we were delayed by a year, that will add to the cost because the FAR rate goes down? We have less of a subsidy from Waka Kotahi.
There would be less, yes, in that language there would be less subsidy from Waka Kotahi.
Thank you.
Are there any more questions? Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. Probably a question for Mr. Van Pine. What is the cost difference between the Knox block budget and the Farmers block finish?
Sorry, I don't have that in front of me at the moment. What we have presented in number 19 is the overall above ground surface treatment, which is on budget. So we're on budget for the above ground surface, but I couldn't give you that breakdown in this meeting.
Okay, thank you. Were Waka Kotahi happy with funding the Knox block being two-way and the design of it?
Waka Kotahi look at the entire business case, which includes the full length of George Street and the enabling works. So they look at that as an entire package, and they look at the effects to the network and the benefits that the change will make to the network. So it's not isolated block by block, if you will.
Thank you. The road width of the Knox block, is that the same as previously, or has it been reduced?
Has been reduced.
So the amenity value has been enhanced?
Correct.
Are Katahu happy with the narrative of the Knox block and telling the story?
Yes, through the chair. Sorry, I was just indicating, but yes, we're quite happy with the work that's been done with engaging on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Matahari. I have real trouble looking at the screen, so I apologise for not seeing your hand.
When we talk about, staff talk about future transport modes, noting in the ODT online over the weekend was the trial of the autonomous Mio lift shuttle, and wondering, in future-proofing the whole of George Street, whether it's one-way, two-way, or even pedestrianised, would the current design and build of George Street work effectively with that shuttle, one-way and two-way?
That would be my understanding. My understanding of that technology, it works on virtual tram rails, and so it follows a course that you plot. Oh, sorry.
So, for example, would work effectively on the finished product of the farmer's block, going two-way?
There would be some design considerations to that would need to be considered. I don't know about loading on the pavement, that kind of stuff. I couldn't answer with any certainty in this forum.
Thank you. I noticed the commentary around redesign, should a two-way process sort of move forward. I'm trying to work out how much different that would be. Obviously, there would be some in relation to what the current infrastructure in place is. So there wouldn't, I'm looking at road, the exit of the roads, so George Street into Frederick Street, etc. But you've already got signal systems and everything else, or the infrastructure in place. So my thinking as I went through this report is that actually going to one-way design is actually changing pretty much what the status quo was. Can you indicate to me where I'm wrong in that thinking?
Maybe if we have a look at appendix, I think it's appendix D, and it kind of indicates that indicates the level of work that's required to switch from one-way to two-way in the intersections, and it is quite considerable. The curb and channels, as well as the pavement makeup, the crossfall, the grading, the drainage, the stormwater would need to change at each intersection, regardless of going two-way, one-way, two-way. Yeah.
And how has that worked in the Knox block work so far?
In what respect, sorry?
Well, because you've actually you've had to remove the existing infrastructure, and you're basically modifying the design of a two-way. And so, what I'm trying to get, I've got a report here that tells me that there's quite a cost for redesign with a modified or a slimmed down two-way system. And I'm just trying to get my head around how the cost goes from so much.
So I think it's in the report why the cost goes so much. I mean, it's costs in the contract and it's costs in the redesign. And that is what the report defines itself on. So even if we go to the next level, those costs are going to hit us. I think that's in the report.
Maybe I could try. I think the Knox block has been designed as per the detailed business case, so the work has all been done. The detailed business case doesn't have the remaining two blocks as two-way, so there is no design for that. So that's what the cost is. But Knox block was designed as it's being built. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
That's where I think the difference is.
I understand some of that narrative, but I'm looking at the design cost as being quite considerable when based on modifying the one-way design as presented. And so I'm trying to understand how we can have such a wide expense.
So, Josh, Mr. Van Pine, you had a real-life example, which I think was what helped us get to that number, didn't you?
Yes, we've got a couple of so obviously we've got cost estimates all the way through the project. We have had a redesign of Knox blocks where we brought in an additional 5 or 6 car parks, and that took 10 weeks of consultant work. Yeah, I don't know if I'm quite getting the question. I'm sorry. Yeah.
The design work is not as straightforward as you might think, and that the 4 months to do the work. I mean, the 300 is a pretty good estimate. Josh got his hand up again.
Yeah, sorry, I might be picking up what you're putting down now. So to do the redesign would require us going from a concept two-way design to a full two-way design. So we'd need to do that work. So we've currently got a full construction set of drawings for a one-way. We'd need to do a detailed design for a two-way, then overlay the two, and then figure out what infrastructure we need to either duplicate, or what infrastructure will be redundant, or what infrastructure would need to be moved to allow for that flexibility. So that the costs are borne from external providers and checked by QS. They're borne off real life examples in Dunedin with this work. So they are a guideline. We don't have the exact scope of what we're asking for because we don't know what we're trading off at the moment. But those costs are our best estimate based on what we've done so far, and they are quite substantial because we need to do quite a bit of work to do it properly. So if we're to introduce flexibility, have a robust design, we need to do it properly. Otherwise we're going to end up with a lot of rework and a lot of mistakes and some misaligned infrastructure, both above ground and above ground. Yeah.
I have Councillor Ackland, Councillor Benson-Pope and Mr Mayor. So Councillor Ackland.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. I'm looking at item 31 in your report, talking about the physical modifications that would need to be made to change what is being done at the moment. When we get back to the whole purpose of the request of this report was about building in flexibility for possible change later. So in other words, the request for this report was not to say we want to change the 2 middle blocks into two-way now. We want to be able to future-proof the ability to go to a different format into the future, whether that be in 5 years or 20 years or whatever. I don't believe the report was asking what needs to be done to make the middle 2 blocks two-way and 30 kilometres an hour. When you look at A through I, there's a lot of things to be changed to the whole design. But this is where my question comes. These are not to be done now, are they? They are only the things that would be done in the future if the use of the flexibility that we're asking for here was actually implemented.
That's correct, and that was staff's interpretation of the request from council as well. So 31 is just highlighting what would need to happen at some point, and then later on staff have provided some options to incorporate flexibility, and they are duplicate infrastructure and clear zones. So those are the things that you could do following a detailed design. So as Mr Von Pine pointed out, to make sure that they're in the correct location and there's not kind of future rework costs, staff would recommend a detailed design for the two-way configurations done, so we can put that duplicate infrastructure and put those clear zones in the correct locations.
Great, that's clear. So I suppose my next question now really is, if the flexibility work is not done and the project is finished off as per the last council's decision, what does that mean for the future if in time to come it's decided by the community or by the council that the one way is just not working? What would that mean in terms of being able to make changes then, if this flexibility work hasn't been done beforehand?
It largely depends on what any future council defines as the future state. So in its current state, it would be simpler to put back two-way traffic with no parking. So effectively you would trade off the car parking that is in the blocks now for an additional traffic lane. If it was to be two-way with car parks, then it is removal of a whole lot of seating areas and planting and trees. So it largely depends on what the future state looks like.
So what you're saying then is that could still be done in the future if this flexibility work that you've outlined here is not done now?
Correct. Anything can be done in infrastructure and engineering. It just, how much do you want to pay?
Thank you.
I'm just going to follow up on Councillor Atkins's question, but just because people waiting in line, Councillor Benson-Pope, Mayor Radich, Ms Matahari and Councillor Lucas will be taking in that order. If we were to consider that stuff, though, we'd still, if we're going to prepare for it as we go through the capital works program now, we would have to design where it would go so that it can be put into the program. So therefore the delay will still occur because of the need to modify the civil works program that's going to have to underlie the flexibility, correct?
Correct, yes. Yep.
Or as Councillor Ackland went to later, if we really decided, then we'd have to do it later, but that prep work wouldn't have been done.
Correct.
Thank you. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. I'm interested in the reason for the Knox block being two-way. Is one of the major factors that led to that decision the bus access to the hub, because there is actually no other alternative in both directions?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Mayor Radich.
Yeah, looking at the some of the underground infrastructure and considering the difference between two-way and one-way, the implication that I've heard, but also what appears on the ground in that farmers block, is that the drainage, for instance, and the freshwater supply and so forth, could stay exactly where they are in a two-way configuration if it was shared path, which it is currently. Is that right?
The stormwater would need consideration. So where we grade and drain the surface water and where those underground pipes terminate and go to, and also consideration for any kind of fixed structure like signals or any concrete bases or anything to that effect would need to be considered.
Certainly signals at the end of the each block, but the critical one being the stormwater drains, because the costing that we've got is based on curb and channel, and so quite different arrangements on the surface for collecting the water, whereas the arrangement that has been built in the farmers block is on a shared path surface, so which is continuous shopfront to shopfront.
Just before you answer, I'm confused because I have a feeling that the costings we've got are based on the redesign and standing down the workforce, and there isn't really a capital works costing in this report. Is that correct?
Correct. We haven't been able to get a capital works costing because we don't know the scope of what we're asking for. So this is, as the chair just said. Yep.
However, the thing is, in that stormwater design, as has been stated, it's much the same place, if not, it looks like exactly the same place would be sufficient. Is that right?
I'll answer that. There's trade-offs. So you could put it in exactly the same place, but it will potentially lead to kind of future operational issues. So there is always a preference to, for example, not put stormwater manholes in the wheel track of your traffic lane or put valves in the traffic lane. You largely want to keep your valves and lots of your operational infrastructure clear. So it's probably technically possible. There is just future considerations that we need to consider.
So can you say whether those valves, those pipes would need to be moved on a two-way or one-way redesign at this stage.
That's what we'd look, and I guess that's what staff are recommending, is to make sure you have the best long-term outcome. If we were to incorporate flexibility, we'd want to know what the two-way design looks like, both for above ground and below ground infrastructure. That way we can ensure all the infrastructure is in place for the next 80, 100 years.
And if I can just be clear, staff aren't recommending anything in this report. It's simply a noting report.
Yep. Look, to be frank, I'd like to move that this report sits on the table for the and come back to us in 2 weeks, because Mr. Van Pine has said that in 2 weeks he can have some more answers about Councillor Vandervis's option, which is do nothing. And similarly, we can have some further information about the location of the drainage and whether that does in fact need to be moved, because we've just heard that we can have two-way with the roading just exactly as it is, which is, you know, not really addressed
Mr.
in the
Mayor,
report.
are you going to move something or give a
Yes,
speech?
I'd like to move that the report sits on the table. Yes, I'd like to move that the report sits on the table and comes back with that further information, because to me,
that's
the
what
report
you're
is
moving.
insufficient.
You know,
Yes.
can I? I was going to move adjournment anyway for having a cup of tea. So I move we adjourn now while I take advice and come back at 11 o'clock.
Is it seconded, Mr. Chairman?
Councillor Walker seconded it. All those in favour? See you at 11. Executive to get back and then we'll start.
Happy Valentine's Day, everyone.
Where's my rose?
The CEO's returned, so I'll call the meeting back to order and hand the microphone to the Mayor.
Yes, so I'll withdraw my procedural motion about leaving this on the table, and instead I'll flag that I'll introduce a subsequential motion after we have the motion that is on the table, and with a view to having the additional details that have been unable to be answered today, and a few others potentially included in a report, the same report, to come back to Council on the 28th.
And you'll be working on the wording of that and send it to...
Now have an opportunity.
Very good, thank you. We are still in question time. Ms. Matahari.
Oh, kia ora, and apologies, and through the chair, it was just really a comment going back, listening to people talk, so just about the paper itself and about the cost. And somebody mentioned real life examples, so I thought I'd give a real life example. So I'm on the hospital build. I was talking to the minister before she came to see you guys about the hospital, and I'm just letting you know that it costs more, just about we had to make savings, and to redesign took up all the costs of what those savings were. So I just want to be really clear that redesigning something like this has much bigger impacts, and particularly on workforce, which we are going to be in bad need of coming into 2023. So I just wanted to say that I really understand that the complexity of this, and it's not just a matter of changing things or being flexible. Everything we do will have a cost. And I think, and a human cost as well in terms of human capital. So I just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you. Councillor Lucas.
My question's been asked and answered. Thank you.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Van Payne or Dr. Hazelton, you've talked about the conversations that would need to have happened and would need to happen with the contractors and Waka Kotahi, but there's another party that hasn't been mentioned, namely iwi, who have been deeply involved in this design. I'm assuming that if you wish to change what has been agreed and gifted to us, those conversations would have to happen again as well. Is that the case?
Yes, that is the case.
Councillor Houlihan.
We have narrative from Kotahu in the Knox block. There's no question that that wouldn't be able to continue, is there? I mean, why couldn't that continue if it was two-way?
The design the narrative has been applied over the 4 blocks, so there has always been less of the narrative in the Knox block, and the one-way blocks have substantially more space. So we would have to reassess whether we could fit all of those cultural features in there still in a two-way option, and that would come back as part of that redesign process.
Thanks. Could I go back to a question around a bus, like a little loop bus that we've talked about a lot? Because obviously that could work. Well, you said the reason Knox block was two-way is for a bus to be, a wee loop bus or a connection bus or something to be able to, have ease of getting around. What is the difference between the other 3 blocks that are yet to come, that, why isn't that the case for them, that it would be easier for them to have a bus if they were two-way? Like, what's the difference there? Can I just get some clarity around that?
Just to clarify, the Knox block has been done to facilitate two-way bus movement into and out of the bus hub. Does that clarify?
Coming out the end, you mean, and then going round, does that mean coming back? Because yes, but obviously there's going to be difficulty for those buses to come up, you know, once they come up Knox. So are you proposing that they'd come when they come down Knox or up Knox? They can't connect it because they won't be able to connect up with those other blocks. That's what I'm meaning. How's that going to work?
Yeah, correct. So the buses have been, so the ORC public transport buses have been moved off George Street, and some of the enabling works in Great King is to facilitate bus movements down Great King Street with drop-off points near Albion Way and Hospital. They come down Frederick Street and then back onto the Knox block, and kind of vice versa in the opposite direction.
So we won't, if you wanted to go to the shops and those other blocks.
Can I just, before you ask that question, Councillor Houlihan, can I just ask of the staff, were these design considerations considered in other items in previous meetings? And I guess I'm asking you, Councillor Houlihan, in terms of your questions and as it relates to this item, given that the design of how the buses would work goes back to the council meetings that were about a year or so ago, I'm asking, is your questioning in line with this item?
Well, I can ask a different question, which is something that Councillor Gary actually raised around the flexibility option, because we did in a previous meeting have a flexibility option. Now, my understanding of that was that that was taken away because I remember Dr. Hazelton said it was discovered that it would be too expensive to keep it as a flexible option, you know, that it was one, if we had, because what we did have originally was a one-way that had the flexibility to be two-way, you know, in an easy, like that it was reasonably easy to change it to two-way. But then we had a motion come, anyway, there's been so many motions, but we had a motion come that said no, and the concern was, as I understand it, and just correct me if I'm wrong, was that was going to be I believe Dr. Hazelton had said it was going to be too expensive to then try to change it back to a two-way from a one-way. So then they reverted to a one-way that had no flexibility at all. Is that correct?
No, so the 2021 report talked about the challenges of providing a flexible design, and a lot of those are reiterated in this report. And I guess the challenges are the entire intersection needs to change for two-way traffic compared to the one-way traffic. You have to provide additional turning lanes for additional movement, and that was the tenor of the 2021 report and Dr. Hazelton's comments.
I'm certainly not going to pretend to be a engineer or a transport person or anything, but isn't it correct that currently, prior to the work, we are two-way already,
Councillor,
and we do have...
Councillor, I'm asking you to ask a question that's directly related to this item. We do not have the space to go back and ask questions on items that were discussed a couple of years ago. So can you please confine your questions to something from the actual report? A question on something in the report, please.
Okay. In the report, I don't know, the cost and the time frame seem astronomical to me. However, once again, I'll go back to the fact I'm not an engineer or a transport expert or anything like it. But what sort of methodology did you use to work out that costing and the time frames? Because they seem really long, and that's maybe my naivety, but I'm just wondering how that came to fruition. I've read the report and seen what different things, aspects, and Donna Matahari has mentioned some examples as well with the hospital, but just wondering if you could clarify that if possible.
So is it in terms of the 300 to 500k? And
oh no, not the 300 to 500. No, the $1 million for a month and the $1 million here and the $1 million.
so I think as discussed previously, the million, I'll check my numbers, the 750 to a million a month was derived from a stand down. So if we stood them down today, it would cost 75k a day, which works out about 1.6 to 2.2 a month. We would have efficiencies and would look to put them in different locations and to keep them working to reduce those costs. But that's our best robust considered estimate.
Why can't the staff that are, doing this project keep working on the, because we're only talking about the surface stuff, why can't they keep working on the underground? I don't understand that.
The above ground and underground are intrinsically linked. It is an iterative conversation and iterative process to make sure that above ground and below ground work together and don't conflict. We've tested this and we've got the advice in writing from our consulting partners. I'm confident that as an engineer and from our consulting partners that we do need to have the above ground and the below ground sorted before we dig a hole. So yeah.
Dare I ask it? There are. Councillor Van Vis.
On that issue, Mr Von Pine, what is there to stop the below ground to carry on and simply not do any of the above ground in the remaining blocks?
What would we be leaving in on the above ground in that circumstance there? Sorry, Councillor?
You'd essentially leave the above ground as it is, two-way, with all that infrastructure, and you could then carry on with the necessary pipe work that is old and needs redoing. You could use the staff that might otherwise be doing the above ground to do that, and you would then end up with a situation where you'd have the Knox block completed as two-way.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Mr Chairman, this is not relevant to the current conversation. It's relitigating a decision that's been made by Council and it's clearly out of order.
So that's 25.2C. Before I roll, I just ask one quick question to the CEO. If we were to stop work on George Street and leave it as a two-way, that would not be in line with the council resolution that puts this work body in place at the moment, would it?
That's correct.
Then I'll rule that it is irrelevant.
If I can't ask a question, Mr Chair, on an option regarding a paper that clearly is in need of options, then I feel that the question opportunity is not real, that I have been shut down inappropriately and will have to include what I wanted to ask as a question in speech time.
I'll give you an out. If you ask your question in the context of where we sit procedurally and the fact that we, without a council resolution, to overturn the existing council resolution, and that would have to be part of the activity to go forward in your question, then I'll let you go forward with your question. But it needs to be prefaced with that, and that is that at the moment, we can't do that without a reversal resolution from council.
That I fully accept that you would need a reversal resolution of council to do it. However, reversal resolutions are possible. I would simply, as a question, like to explore the possibility of having the staff currently focused on doing the surface treatments to simply do the necessary underground work and give us a breathing space so that the public of Dunedin would have the opportunity of actually seeing a finished two-way in Knox Street, in the Knox block, and a one-way in the Farmers block, and perhaps give us a clear indication of which they would prefer. I believe we have a serious split, not just in council, but in the public view of what's happening in George Street. And so I would like that question answered in order to see if it's something that staff believe is possible.
I've given quite a little liberty already on this ruling because I'm not actually obliged to do anything except give the ruling. And I feel that in your answer you've probably canvassed the idea, and so I'm still going to uphold the ruling now at this point because I don't see us going forward and keeping in with standing orders. Councillor Benson-Pope. Is that the end of questions? Looks like it is. Then I move that the committee notes the retail quarter upgrade update report. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Lofiso. I'm going to keep my opening remarks relatively short because I have a feeling that the right of reply is where the time will need to be. And before I speak, I'm going to say this. I'm going to give you a certain amount of latitude, as you just saw in that ruling, to speak, but this is not. This, I repeat, these speeches must confine themselves to the item at hand. I am not inviting everybody to go back 4 years and start all over again. Do you understand that? So I will give you latitude, but I won't necessarily, but if I see you wandering, I will bring you back in. I will start with that this work underway right now is the product of an existing council resolution. It is a large capital works program that has a long time horizon. It has contracts in place that if we do not meet those contract times, we will be on the receiving end of penalties. More than 60% of the work has already been done. One block is completely finished. Another block is being opened up now for its Three Waters work. This report has focused on the effect of changing the design. Again, when people speak, I want to see that they are focusing on what is in this report. The cost of delay will be no less than 2 million and could be as high as 5 million, depending on how long the delay is for. And that background is inflation. So we're not only talking about the direct costs, but if we're looking at 7% inflation, then we're looking at least another 2 to 3 to 4% on top of that. This is the very argument that we are giving to the Department of Health over the hospital. We're going to argue to the Department of Health that they need to build it as they had planned to the business case. Point of order.
I think you know what the point of order is, and that is the hospital has nothing to do with the item in front of us.
I can't rule on it, so Councillor Witherall, I suggest that you get a bit of advice. I adjourn that we close for 5 minutes. Second, Councillor Biso, all those in favour? Call the meeting to order. Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you set a precedent prior to say that we should stick to the subject in hand in the report, I would like to uphold Councillor Vandisvis's opinion that it was out of order, and I'd uphold that. Thank you.
Councillor Weatherall. Okay. I'll take a different stance, a different tack on that then. It is well known in large capital projects that when you go forward in a project, you have ongoing expenses that sit in the background. Inflation, charges that go with delays, other such things. Large capital projects, of which there are many around the city at the moment, can also be influenced by that same thing. This is a large capital project, and it is influenced by both inflation and charges that come with it. We as a council have been making a stance and a position along that line consistent with the idea that upholding large capital projects has unforeseen consequences and outcomes, and usually the cost outlay outweighs the savings. It would be inconsistent if we had to hold that position anywhere else in the city on any other project, that we would then not hold it on this project. And pretty much, given that I know there's a lot to be said today and it's already 11:30 and I do have the right of reply, I will stop right there. And I have to say, people were indicating me, but I didn't have time to raise their hands. And I did see Councillor Benson Pope. I'll start with him, and then please, everybody re-indicate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think what's been suggested here that's led to the production of this report and a considerable amount of staff time and cost in producing it is a thoroughly bad idea. No one's escaped the understanding of the irony that you've just referred to. Only this suggestion is actually worse than the proposals that we discussed 2 weeks ago from the Ministry of Health, because this proposal would reduce the amenity in the street. There'd be less parking even, and the difference is that would all happen at greater cost.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Well, there's a whole lot of conjecture there, which is, completely untrue. It's misleading the council, because this report and proposal is only about incorporating flexibility into the design. It's not changing the design.
Can you name the point of order? Which standing order?
That's right. 25.2.
Thank you for your assistance, Councillor.
Part D is misrepresenting what the motion and what the motion report is about.
I think you actually want to do 25.2D, because 25.2C is irrelevance. 20.4D is what you're saying, misrepresentation. I won't uphold it, because in fact, if we had to deal with the level to which you are asking, then we would not be able to talk about anything theoretical at all, and basically therefore our debate would be at a very low level. So therefore I'm not upholding the point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have a great deal to add, other than the fact that we often talk as a council and as individual councillors about the importance of making Dunedin the truly wonderful, attractive, livable city that it is. We're sitting here with the most exciting major projects right throughout the central city that I can recall happening. We've got a degree of other work happening, mostly funded by central government at some level or another, that our community welcomes, and yet we've got a number of people around this table, led by the Mayor, who unfortunately are spending all their efforts on actually slowing down or stopping those projects. I think that's appalling, and I was delighted, not often delighted, but delighted this morning to read the editorial in the Otago Daily Times, which nailed it absolutely. The horse has bolted on George Street. Let's get on with the job and empower our staff to complete fabulous street works in the centre of our city and support our business community.
I'm going to have Ms Murray call them, because I actually need to listen to the debate. So she's going to be looking for the speaking order. So if you're looking to speak, please indicate to her.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. I actually agree with what Councillor Benson Pope said. It is exciting about what's going to happen around the city and the amount of work that's going to be undertaken in the next few years. And actually that's why I'll be supporting the subsequent motion, because it's how flexibility can be incorporated into the remainder of the project to minimise future expense if modification is deemed necessary. And with all the work that's going to be taking place around the centre city, there is going to be a need for modification and future-proofing it. This is not about a 5, 10, 15, 20-year plan, it's about a 40-year plus plan, and allowing for that future aspect to be done. You know what, I like the farmers block. I like how it looks and people are using it. It exceeded my expectations. And I'm really keen to see what the Knox block's going to look like. The staff and contractors have been doing a great job. I fully support all that. But, as I said, I'll be supporting the subsequent motion. Thank you.
Mayor Raddick.
The problem here is that the report is insufficient. There's a whole range of options that are out there to be canvassed, and I think it would be better that Council has full consideration of those various options and the costs thereof. The option that has been chosen to base the report on is actually non-compliant with the aims of the George Street project. If we look at point number 9, page 28, one of the aims is to make George Street more accessible to all members of the community. So I, for one, will certainly not be advocating to put drop curbs back into George Street. And so, you know, the drop curbs do add a significant cost and a significant cost to redesign, but also likely the underground works as well. Whereas we've already heard that it's possible to run the street as a two-way with the loss of parking, just the way it has been designed. So the thing is that there are a range of options for flexibility. Now, what is not being asked for here, and has subsequently been misconstrued by some speakers, is that we're not asking for, or I'm not asking for, the report is not calling for a redesign of George Street, a change of the project at all. It's not calling for a change right now from one-way to two-way. What the report is calling for is a relatively small investigation into the options for flexibility, and there was one primary overriding recommendation from Cobus Mintz when he came down as an independent consultant and the foremost consultant in this country on urban design.
Mr. Mayor, as I said before, I'm going to give latitude. But the point is that Mr. Mentz's comments and our interpretation of Mr. Mentz's comments were traversed at a previous council meeting, and the council then resolved to go forward with this design. It is appropriate, in my opinion, as the chair, to go back and relitigate a meeting that has already been had. You may say that at a previous council meeting it was raised, but that is it. I do not want to go back into his interpretations because it is not relevant to this item.
Well, I don't know what I can say there, because the point of flexibility is what this is about, and that's the single point that he raised. That was equally applicable to both designs.
This is your speech, by the way. You're using up your time in your speech.
Yes, well. So, you know, the flexibility, I mean, the George Street, what we're doing here is, you know, to redesign George Street for the next 50 years in round figures. So it's not a 5-minute job, and $100 million is being spent on the central city upgrade. So it's critically important that council has as many of the facts and as many of the things that can be determined in front of us as we make this decision. And flexibility is a very important part of that, and it is not a major change to incorporating flexibility is not a major change to this central city plan. $5 million on $100 million is relatively small. And it could be way less than that, especially if some of the options that have not been canvassed, have not been addressed, are included in the report. So it is vitally important that we have this report updated with some of those other options, and so that Council has all of the information that is realistically feasible to have in front of us for the decision. So I will not be noting this report. Instead, I'll be bringing a consequential motion to have broader options for flexibility, including, do nothing in a 10-kilometre shared path and so on, some others. So it is behoving on Council to have as much possession of the facts as possible before a decision is made. And it's all very well for certain parties to want to jump ahead and make a decision on some of the facts or, a portion of what information is available, but it is the wider availability of information and the wider possibilities that exist, including very inexpensive ones, as we've heard, need to be looked at before a decision on flexibility. It's not a decision on one or two way, it's a decision on flexibility. And before that is made, we need the information. Thank you.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Yes, I won't be supporting noting this report either, and I will support the subsequential motion. And my reasons for that is that I want to see more flexibility. I think we have an opportunity now. It's a new council, and I know there was a vote previously. However, I think the people have, when they voted for the mayor they made a decision, and a lot of the people who voted for our current mayor were in support of more flexibility around George Street. And I think we have to listen to that. We campaigned, many of us, on listening and engaging with the people. Are we going to do that? And I think we have an opportunity to do that today.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks to staff. It's extraordinary that they sit there and field our questions and answer so competently. I find it actually quite extraordinary that councillors can request an update report on the retail quarter upgrade to include how flexibility can be incorporated into the remainder of the project to minimise the future expense if modification is deemed necessary. But then when that report doesn't fit their narrative, that they try to unpick the analysis put together by the very professionals immersed in the project, and we've heard them sit there today and give us clear and detailed answers. Can you imagine how frustrating that is for them? I can't. And to be honest, I can't believe we're here yet again after so many years, after so much consultation, after so much investment, after so much hard work by our staff, and of course, after the first stage of the project has been completed and widely celebrated, that yet again we are sitting here trying to relitigate the democratic decisions of council. And why? Why are we doing this? I have many theories which I'll refrain from mentioning, lest I end up on the other side of a point of order. And Councillor Vandervis's assertion that we do nothing and defer the project completely or do the bare minimum, and Mayor Radic's and some others' questions speak to a worrying and overinflated knowledge of infrastructure and engineering, which should be left to the professionals. I simply don't want to live in a city that is visionless, not people-focused, not amenity-focused, and seeks to be a world leader in regressive thinking. And Councillor Houlihan talked slightly about the mandate of the mayor in terms of this. Let's just, if we're doing the numbers there, let's point out that the current mayor as the centre-right candidate got 21,286 votes. But the previous mayor and the third person in third position, deputy mayor currently, Councillor Barker, together got 20,962. That's 324 difference, hardly a resounding mandate. Guys, we need to read the tea leaves here. Public sentiment has absolutely shifted. My question earlier was too political for the staff, and I apologise them, but I can be political. Even many of those dead set against this project from the outset, including many in my peer group who I have around my dinner table, have shifted their thinking now that they've seen the completed farmers block area. And they've admitted that perhaps they were wrong. And I think that's the sentiment that sits in the public now. And it's not often I'll defer to ODT editorials, and Councillor Benson-Pope already has. But you have to look no further than this morning's very well written and actually very progressive analysis. 2 points in particular are worth repeating. Firstly, George Street has for quite a while now not been considered an arterial route. And that's for good reason. It's ever when the Barnes Dance went in, that changed the narrative of that street. So it's not an arterial route anymore. Let's get that into our heads. It's an amenity-based, people-friendly centre. And more telling is the commentary, and I'll partially and cleverly quote, it's a touch ironic.
Point of order.
Point of order.
I mean, we've listened to this excessive droning on, which is not about the case.
Excuse me, actually, I'm going to stop you right there, Your Worship. I will stop you right there. Please start your sentence again.
The topic we have today is flexibility. It's not a one-way, two-way debate. It's flexibility for
What's the point of order, please? What's the point of order?
Well, because...
What's the point of order? Give me a point. From standing orders, what is your point of order?
Irrelevance. But what's happening here is relitigating a one-way, two-way debate. It's exactly what you talked about.
So I'm just getting it clear. You're saying that Councillor Walker's speech to this point, at the point when you stepped to the microphone, was irrelevant?
Yes.
Well, then I'm overruling it because I don't see the irrelevance in what he was saying. He has a right to express opinion, and I really want to draw your attention. I want to draw your attention to the next point, the next standing order, 25.3. Expressing a difference of opinion or contradicting a statement by a previous speaker does not contradict a point of order. An opinion offered by a member in this floor has to be allowed to stand unless it fails on the other points of order. That does not. That is my ruling. I let him keep moving on, and I do not accept your point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I was very close to the end anyway, but I'll partially go over what I was saying. And more telling is the commentary, and I'll partially quote, and I'll be careful. In quotes, it's a touch ironic that the city is fighting against redesigns for a certain large capital project in the city centre, including arguments about delays and therefore additional costs, while some councillors push for a redesign of George Street. Thank you.
Councillor Van der Vis.
We have two major divisions, splits to consider here. One of them is the clear division that we have around this table, with a number of councillors, a decent number of councillors, seriously concerned that this project has been channeled into very much a one-way option, and that this item before us really doesn't give us any options.
Councillor, can I just again... The decision on the one-way is a previous council decision. The item in front of us is exploring the options of alternative in the design, but it is not a paper about going back to whether we're going to go on a one-way or a two-way as a activity right now. It is about exploring the implications of designing future-proofing into the concept.
As I was saying, of this item 7, it does not give us any options. The flexibility that has been sought by a previous, admittedly narrow and divided council resolution, that flexibility has basically been negated by cost considerations in this item. The division that we have around the council table, I believe, is also reflected in the division of the general public of Dunedin, a public that had many reservations about the George Street cost, the George Street one-way narrative, and the division that we have here, I believe, fairly accurately represents a division in Dunedin people's views on what should happen in George Street generally. What we have in the Knox block is a good example of how flexibility can and is being built into that particular block. It's two-way. It allows buses in particular to go each way. In fact, it had to be made two-way to facilitate that bus flexibility. I believe that the Knox block design template could equally be applied to the remaining blocks and give us the potential to run a small electric bus, as Mayor Raddick has been promoting strongly before and since his election, up and down the main street to add the access and vibrancy that I believe we are going to need in George Street. So the flexibility that I was hoping to see in this item has not arrived. The possibility of running small buses two ways up and down George Street is not being allowed. And this very large capital project is one of a lot of very large capital projects which present us with yet another problem. And the problem there is that for the first time in DCC history, we are running 25% over capital budgets. And as the Chief Executive has already indicated, we're going to have to pull back on some capital works or defer them. To me, pulling back on drainage or pulling back on electrical or lighting or other infrastructure is not something that we can afford to do. What we should be pulling back on or deferring is the one-weighing of the remaining blocks. This would have two advantages. It would give the public of Dunedin the opportunity of seeing the two-way option at Knox working, the one-way option at Farmers, and deciding and giving us a clear steer on what they would like to see for the remainder of George Street. So, in conclusion, I'm going to vote against noting this report because it fails to give us the options. It fails to discuss the possibility of a two-way bus later on, and it essentially marches ahead with a narrative that was unpopular before the election and I believe is still unpopular now. Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, there's a point at which you have to get on and do a project. You have to make a decision, draw a line in the sand and get on with it. We cannot keep relitigating, tweaking around the edges because of lots and lots of reasons which I will cover. I first want to start by thanking the staff for the considerable work into this report. Work, by the way, that I consider to have been somewhat of a waste of time, and that's certainly not on the staff. I would have preferred our staff to be focusing on getting on with the project. I'd also like to acknowledge the contractors for whom there's been a great deal of uncertainty, and for the workers leading up to Christmas, and now it's not helpful at all. In 2021, this council covered off and listened to and read about the challenges of providing flexibility in the design around the one-way or two-way. And that was voted down, that part was voted down. We made a decision, it was a council decision, it's still a council decision, no matter that we've had a change of council. And we need to remember that we are not traffic engineers, we are not designers. We hire our staff who have expertise in these matters, and they have provided us with a report that covers the detail. We've got to stop flip-flopping, because that's what we're doing, because it undermines our credibility as an organisation. Another year of disruption for the businesses is unacceptable to me as Deputy Chair of Economic Development. And that's what this, if we pursue this, that's what it would provide. And there's a huge amount of hypocrisy in this. And I look around the room and I consider the folk around this table who campaigned on unnecessary spending of ratepayers' money. And this is exactly that, what is being proposed. We know that the far rate will go down another percentage, and that will add to the... Every delay we have by a year means that the amount that Waka Kotahi will contribute as a subsidy, the far rate, will be less. We know that design changes and complex projects cost an awful lot of money, and we heard one of our members refer to that earlier. We can see the evidence of climate change right now on the Coromandel and in Auckland. And I mention that because you might remember when we were discussing zero carbon that I said when we come to vote on things that are relevant to that, and this is relevant to that, it's around active transport, different modes of transport, and if you see in the report it talks about all users, not just the drivers of vehicles. This is when you are going to vote and put your money where your mouth is. A number around this table also campaigned around car parks, and we know that some of the options here would reduce the car parks. And remember, we have just had a hui and talked extensively with mana whenua about our partnership and our desire for a true, authentic partnership. And yet, at this proposal, we'd be disrupting the cultural narrative that has been deeply discussed and settled on. And the spectre of losing accessibility features makes me absolutely furious. It is no small thing. It affects people's everyday lives. And by the way, the global trend is towards pedestrianisation, not two-way. Stop messing about with this project. The decision has been made. Let's just get on with it.
Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr Chairman. I'd just like to acknowledge the CEO and all her staff, particularly Mr Drew, Mr Von Payne and Dr Hazelton. And I also want to acknowledge, as Councillor Gary said, the stress on the contractors. Prior to the vote last year, the motion last year, I was among a number of councillors that commented ahead of the meeting about the impact on young people, elderly people with disabilities in terms of the disability access. And I also expressed concern for the contractors and their whānau and the uncertainty that our fiddling around with these life-impacting decisions will do. And I just want to acknowledge the staff because we passed the motion. I voted against it, but we passed it and they have delivered today on it. They have done as we asked. And I find it remarkable that even though staff have delivered as the motion requested, then because people are not going to get their way, they're going to vote against noting a report. I just find that remarkable. I find it also remarkable that Mr Mayor can say, well, you know, the cost of the flexibility or changing it, you know, is what's 1 million to 5 million against the 100 million. I find that remarkable in that people are suffering. and have been doing it hard in the city for generations, and the fact that we can say dismiss 1 million or 5 million, whatever, is just remarkable, and that's not the world that most of my people dwell in.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Chair. For all the reasons outlined in the report, it's pertinent that we continue with the design as per plan. We can't afford delays or holding patterns. Additional reports have a price tag attached, but the social and capital gains from this redevelopment are going to be priceless. Redesigns are going to have a huge cost and impact on the workforce. The cost is going to outweigh savings. I see cost saving in the future maintaining and keeping our infrastructure clear of the vehicle lanes as indicated by staff. Thank you so much to the staff for all of your mahi. It's time we stopped going over the same ground and we got on with the job. To say do nothing makes no sense at all. We have to resurface once the below ground work has been done. To quote the newspaper editorial today, we must stay the course on George Street developments. The one-way and multimodal. I want to see traffic safety. As the chair of Keep Dunedin Beautiful, I support the original George Street design, making the streets more pleasant for walking, enforcing the speed limit, for example, increasing tourism investment, helping local business, lowering the general maintenance costs and our carbon emission goals. The argument about the electric bus seems irrelevant, as we know they run on a digital track and they can go anywhere. They're flexible. Staff told us that. We've had it explained to us why that overspend happened too. So we need to speed things up to avoid the disruption and the inconvenience to all involved. Do it once, do it right, do it now. More than 250,000 pedestrians are killed around the world every year. Better street design and policies that reduce speed obviously help and reduce the risk of crashes. The design makes our city more vibrant. The same features that make streets walkable and safer are more attractive design, making people want to spend more time generally in the city, bringing that vibrancy back, enhancing our sense of place. Spending time walking around the city helps people have a better sense of what makes it unique, makes them more likely to want to take care of it. We've chosen a universally accessible design. I make the point that redesigning the pedestrian infrastructure for those that are less mobile will ruin the experience for everybody. Walkable streets bring together people that would not otherwise meet. It strengthens our community identity. It fosters social interaction. When people interact more on the streets, it builds a sense of community or social capital. Priceless. It connects people across generations. It brings out the creative community, and the presence of poet Dave Merritt peddling his wares from a park bench yesterday is testimony to this. We are building engagement. People spend more time outside in their city, they're likely to feel attached and to feel engaged in improving the city in general. We're encouraging stakeholder participation. It makes people happy. Just wait and see what the resident opinion survey results say. Thank you.
Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, what a debate. I call it a GG debate. I think we are all quite unanimous in believing that it's going to look good. I have my doubts whether it's going to function great. However, as Councillor Benson Pope alluded to, the horse has most definitely bolted. As a retailer, I stood for council because I believed that the previous council voted wrongly. However, I'm one of 14 councillors that, by the look of around the table, we're pretty balanced, and it's going to be a very close vote going forward. However, we must go forward. We can't look back. However, I want nothing but the best for this city, and I think the word remarkable has come up a few times, and I think it's remarkable that the previous council did not listen to the residents of Dunedin. A petition was put forward to retain two-way traffic. 6,500 people wanted it. was voted against. The stakeholders, the retailers, the property owners were all in favour of retaining two-way traffic flow on George Street. Two-way traffic flow on George Street has been around for over 100 years. It worked. We are not in Auckland. We're Dunedin. We live here because we want to live here, because we like our quality of life, which I believe has been eroded, chipped away by the previous council. Roadblocks in city centres do not work. It's a block. People want to travel around the city conveniently and effortlessly. Whether they want to walk, run, bike, jump on a bus, makes no difference. They want to move. I believe that it's not going to work one way. However, we need flexibility in case it doesn't. The engineers have said to us today, anything can be done. We're spending ratepayers' money here, a lot of it. It's my opinion that it won't work, and it's going to cost an awful lot of money if flexibility is not incorporated to change it. Because we will change it. Dunedin has not got another option. We have not got a Sylvia Park or anything like that. And quite frankly, if we did have that facility in Dunedin, I would probably move my store there. Because I want people not to get run over. I want them to smell the roses. I want them to have a good time. I want them to sit outside and enjoy the experience of shopping. However, we haven't got that option in Dunedin. We're going to create one, admittedly. However, I believe it's going to cripple our city. No pain, no gain. It's true. We're definitely going to go through the pain. The retailers are going to go through the pain. Some of which I spoke to yesterday, who've got mortgages on their house which have propped up their businesses, which are down huge percentages, month after month since June. I was given a figure yesterday that from the 1st of February to the 13th, this particular retailer was down 67%. So we're going to develop this city, we're going to lose retailers, and I sincerely hope we can rebuild it, because not only are we going to put people out of business, but we need people to come back in to support the new businesses that may be around. There's shops closing everywhere, and it's a terrible state we live in. I want to live in a small city without big city problems, and I think what we're creating here is going to be a big city problem. So I will not be supporting this report. Thank you.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Chair. I will be supporting this report. The request is for how the project is tracking relative to its budget and timeframes, and we had an answer, which is that it's on track. The second piece was how flexibility can be incorporated into the remainder of the project. And staff have watched the debate, as they have said, and written the report to that. There would be 20 million different options to provide flexibility. So I think that the actual notice of motion itself was challenging for staff to interpret. I just want to quickly quote from another retailer, Richard Thompson, who wrote a letter to the Otago Daily Times in support of the redevelopment. And I quote, "Modern retail in Dunedin does not compete with a standalone mall. It competes with online retailers. Increasingly, you need to make retail precincts enticing for people to be in. If you don't, they will sit in their living room and buy with their slippers on. In my view, the development achieves both traffic flow, albeit in one direction, maintains parking, but refocuses the area into somewhere that people will find attractive to be. Keeping the one-way flow in a small population density city ensures that there is vitality on quiet days. It enables quick drop-offs and pick-ups. Making it pedestrian-friendly encourages people to spend the time there. I would urge the completion of this project ASAP." Richard Thompson, Managing Director of Acquisitions. So we do have other retailers who have different opinions, like all of us having different opinions around the table. I will support this, but I will not support any more reports on redesign. We have been there. There have been years and years and thousands of pages and staff time writing these reports, our time reading these reports. We have relitigated that. I note that one councillor said, prefaced their question with if in a time to come, council might change. Spending $5 million approximately, on putting some flexibility in for a future council that might change its mind on what we're doing seems to me to be the words false economy. We don't build things for the fact that a future council might change them. I fail to see the logic in this. We make the best decisions at the time that we can. Another councillor mentioned election promises. My election promise was to support George Street for future generations. As I said, we have been through all of these reports. We have looked at what the experts said, and I'll just, seems Cobus Mentz has been mentioned. I will quote from the many, many pages of his report. If the provision of vehicle movements overrides the placemaking objectives, the benefits of attracting and engaging a range of users, including visitors and the young...
Yeah, point of order. Sorry, you can't have it both ways.
Fair enough. Because I ruled the way I did on the mayor and bringing other things in, I will uphold the point of order that as much as I was trying to bring flexibility, because I did also allow other speakers to go a bit further as wider, but I acknowledge that that would be an inconsistent event, although it is being used slightly differently. But I don't want this in any way to be assumed that the chair was in any way influencing the outcome of this meeting. So unfortunately, I have to ask you to pull that part out of your speech. Councillor Barker.
I withdraw that. The Mayor said that to redesign George Street for the next 50 years is not a 5-minute job, that it's critically important that we have the facts and figures in front of us as we make this decision. And as I have said and reiterate, we have had many, many reports over the years, and we, as council, made this decision. I disagree that $5 million on a $100 million spend is a small amount. Can't quite work out the percentage on a rates bill. That is a significant increase on a rates bill. We've got Finance Committee coming up this afternoon, and we see that we're in an $18 million hole, I guess, because of depreciation. So we have to be very, very, very careful around what we are spending on these things, and I will be happy to never see another report on George Street apart from the work is going well and a residents' opinion survey that improves on the central city attractiveness.
I have Councillor Ackland followed by Ms Matahari. Councillor Ackland.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. The first thing I am going to do is thank the staff for bringing this report to us. To deliver a report like this when you're right in the middle of actually, putting into action a previous council resolution, it must be very, very difficult. So thanks, guys. I really do appreciate the work you put into this. Unfortunately, though, from my perspective, what was asked for hasn't really come out. When we talk about flexibility, we're also talking about options, and there weren't really any options. All there was, at quite length in the report, were the consequences of building in the flexibility. That's not what we asked for. We asked for how can we do this, not how can we not do this. And I feel as though that the report has focused more on, what are the stumbling blocks, what are the extra costs, and in particular when you talk about the things that would need to be changed or renewed or removed should something else happen down the line, it sort of reads as if this is what we're asking to happen right now. That's not what's been asked. And so, I have, when it comes to noting a report of, okay, I'm only new back this time, but in the 9 years that I've done in the past, I've never really thought about not noting a report, because all you're doing is noting the report. But it's been well and truly made clear to me that this has happened of recent times, and the not noting a report means that you don't accept it. And I'm sorry, I can't accept this report because I don't believe that it has provided us with the information that we asked for. Again, I stress this must be very, very difficult for the staff, because they are focused on and obviously totally believe in the work that they do to do what council has already asked of them. But this is a different council. This is a new council. It may well be, Councillor Benson Pope, that the horse has bolted. But sometimes you can catch that horse. Sometimes there can be things done to minimise the impact of the bolting horse. I think Councillor Weatherall came across very well when speaking as a business owner, and on behalf of business owners, in particular those who tried to be heard at the during the last triennium in relation to keeping George Street two-way for the benefit of their businesses. And I accept what Councillor Barker has said. One, a former councillor, has said that he's quite happy with it. But it just seems to me that there is a majority lean here, and it's not for what has been decided. I would like to see more information come back as to what the options could be and how the flexibility can be incorporated, not for the purposes of making those changes with the list of things that would have to be removed, which of course would get the heckles of a lot of people up. It's just to know that the infrastructure under the ground is there to enable change in the future if it is deemed necessary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Matahari.
Kia ora everyone, I'll be quite brief here. I'm just indicating that I will be supporting the paper that came from the council, and I guess I'm saying that because I have the luxury of not being an elected official, but just to signal to you guys that any decisions I make will be based on evidence. I will go through those papers with a fine-tooth comb, just like I went through the redesign of the hospital. So I'm just saying here that I agree with other people. We need to get on and do this. And I absolutely stick to the old adage that we are building things that we will not benefit from. And that's the thing we have to focus on if this is going to be future-proof. We're building things for the future.
Okay, any more speakers?
Thank you. I'm like Councillor Benson Pope. I'm excited to see the finished product, but I also am like Councillor Ackland, and I am disappointed in the report that we received because I do not believe that we actually got what we had asked for, and perhaps that was the wording of the previous resolution. And I think it wasn't. To me, the report was written with a. And I can understand it from a staff perspective that they want to continue with the project and that we wasn't looking at various solutions with that solution oriented.
Point of order, I think that's misrepresentation because you can't say what staff have written something in order with their own thoughts. Yeah. Oh, you need to hold it.
Very good, thank you.
And I would just like to see options, and whether it be fully pedestrianised, all of those things. There's nothing in that report that actually highlights different options in that. And I just think we're not asking for the project to be delayed. I'm not asking for that. And I think what we campaigned on, many of us heard the public, and I think Councillor Weatherall was very clear in his comments about the retailers and their petition to council. And I think an earlier speaker mentioned about the consultation in the past. I'm not sure whether that has, actually been heard, and more than a third of us sitting around the table today have not been here in these previous debates, so it is new material for us. And I just would like more information, and I just think I'm not against the project. I'm not asking for it to be stopped. I would just like further information. Thank you.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. I too will be brief. I just want to concur with what Councillor Lucas was saying. I'm not asking for this to be stopped. I've sat here and listened to the debates which seem squarely focused on a one-way, two-way thing. I'm not having that debate. I've made no allusions, no secret to the fact that I have long thought that chunks of George Street should be pedestrianised, and Councillor Weatherall and I have had, let's refer to it as energetic discussions over that in the past. We are very much at the different ends of the spectrum, and so while I understand that the staff made a decision in terms of how they were focusing on it, and certainly I've listened to the explanation given for that, and again I understand that, I will admit and confess the same as Councillor Lucas and Councillor Ackland. I was disappointed to see that, and I may be the sole voice around the table that calls loudly for pedestrianisation of sections of, but I was disappointed that that wasn't in as part of the flexibility that was included. I'm not throwing my toys out of the cot, as has sort of been suggested, because I'm not getting my own way. My own way is simply to voice my thoughts and the thoughts of those people around me and my peer group as well. And I don't, unfortunately, see that in the report as good as it is on what it delivers. It didn't do what I was hoping for when the resolution was passed last time. So, yeah, that's all I have.
I think we've almost exhausted everybody, but does anybody wish to speak? Except Marlene. Therefore, I will exercise my right of reply. You don't want to speak, Marlene, or not? No, I'm going to exercise my right of reply. Thank you. I'm going to go back to right at the start and process itself. Yes, it's possible. In fact, in the notice of motion, the wording wasn't sufficient enough to give what the writers wanted in the report. However, that is the risk of writing a notice of motion. You have not gone into discussions with how this thing's going to get done because, in fact, you have, in my opinion, notice of motions are, in fact, a failure of communication when they usually come up. But that's my opinion, of course. I think people are saying, all I want to know is more. Well, the process is moving along, and it'll be done in the next 18 months. So the staff have come back with the obvious relationship of what you've asked for. If you want to consider redesign, then we're going to have to stop the work because we're going to have to do it and redesign it before we can move forward. So simply saying, all I want to know is more, well, you're either recognising that you're wasting staff's time at one level or another, because either they're going to come back with options while we continue on with the Civil Works program, and then there's going to be no option because we've finished it, or which is what they put in the report, the consequences of not going past the fail-safe point and having to go and dig it all up again means that we would have to stop. So when people are saying, all I want to know is more, they forget, I think, and maybe they are just wanting to have a discussion on how many angels there are on the head of a pin. But I don't think so. I think they are wanting to say, I want to see it executed. And that means you've got to finish your sentence. It means you're saying, I also want to stop the work until this design comes back, because that is the only mechanism by which it can get implemented. So remember that when you're saying, I'm only asking this one thing. Division and split in this council. I think one of the things that appears to cause the division and split, or the appearance of it, is the fact that, as some have already said, these were decisions made before I got here. They are. I had to deal with that when I got on council. You have to deal with the decisions made from the councils before, because in fact that's the only mechanism by which this organisation, which re-elects its representative people every 3 years, can do a project that's more than 18 months long. Because if you're going to do a project any longer, you're going to have to accept that it started and it's got a delivery. Now, if you're saying, I just want this and I just want that, I think the fact of the matter is you're ignoring and refusing to accept that we are in the middle of this process. That is why the editorial in the paper said what it said today. You are in the middle of this. The chances of stopping it to go back and do the consultation process that we've done before, because you weren't there when the consultation process was done, in my opinion, is false economy. I just wonder at the idea of what's coming next in terms of the consequential motion which will come. Is this simply a case of, and we'll explore it in that motion, of just simply not accepting that you didn't like what was written in this report, so you want to have one more shot at it one more time, but we'll traverse that when it comes. Reversal is not on the table today. When you come to say, I note this report or not, you are simply noting the report. Now, we might get into a new behaviour, which apparently has been traversed with Councillor Ackland, that we will use a different mechanism when reports come up, and we'll be voting as to whether or not we approve of the report. But that's not what the motion says. It says we are noting the report. And if we want to have approval or disapproval, then we're going to have to ask the CEO to write different words at the start of these. We're quite literally noting it, and it does beg basic logic that you don't notice that it's here. Delay will come with redesign. There is no other way to look around that. And if we keep saying, I want redesign, I want redesign, I want reconsideration, we are also saying, without saying it in the sentence, I want delay. And delay will come with cost. So anybody who says, I want this now, don't ever come to me and say that you are fiscally responsible. Because the fact of the matter is, you are deliberately putting cost into a program which the council has already agreed on and already costed. Thank you. Now that I've finished and hit my mic, I will put it to the
By
vote.
division, please.
And I will put it by division.
Councillor Ackland.
No.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope. Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert.
No.
Councillor Houlihan. No. Councillor Lafiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lucas.
No.
Councillor Mayhem.
Yes.
Ms MacDonald. Mayor Raddick.
No.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Yes.
Councillor Weatherall.
No.
Councillor Wiley.
No.
Ms Matahaere Atariki.
Yes.
Councillor O'Malley.
Yes.
Carried 9-8.
Well, that finishes that item. Do we have anything from you, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm going to adjourn for 5 minutes just for a quick word with the Mayor, and then we'll come back to the Mayor's item. Seconded, Councillor Walker. All those in favour? Meeting back to order. We have the subsequent motion up here on the screen. It's been moved by the Mayor, seconded by Councillor Vandevers. Before we go into debate, so in this instance there's no opportunity for questions because we're at that stage. Remind everybody that the CEO will speak to this motion in terms of the consequences of it. And it's also my intention to keep an eye on Standing Order 20.6, which is 3 speakers speak for and then 3 against. I may call it to the vote at that point if I don't judge that the debate is substantially different from what we've just had. Thank you. Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so I've advised the Mayor of this, but this is just so that everyone is clear. The information on the contract break cost is what Mr. Von Pine said was doable by the 28th, and that we can commit to being able to provide. Some of that other work, we will use best endeavours to have it available for the council agenda that needs to go out on the 23rd of February. But you will appreciate that's asking quite a lot in a very short time, and so I just want to put it on the record with councillors that you may get a report again that is not as comprehensive as you might like, because the time frame simply will not allow for it. And the staff will be able to answer as much as they can at the meeting, but there's a lot of work in this, and I don't believe that we will be able to answer all of those things in time. But we will use best endeavours, put whatever information we can in a report and be able to speak to it. But given the criticism of the current report, I just wanted to put it on record that we are unlikely to be able to provide a comprehensive report by the 28th.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question through you of the Chief Executive, please? Given that some of the criticism of the current report related to the lack of clarity of the wording in the original motion, I'm wondering if you could tell us, Ms. Graham, what you understand a do nothing option actually means.
Our interpretation of the do nothing option is that the underground services are replaced, but the surface treatment is returned like for like. That's what I take from that.
We've captured all that. Everybody knows that. You understand that, Mr. Drew? Good. Ready to go.
I would add one thing to that. The do nothing option may not mean, if you are looking to build flexibility, that there's still not work required to look at changing where the pipes are potentially, even in a do nothing option. So because this is all about the flexibility that you're looking to provide. So I'm just saying, but it will be replacing the treatment, the service, with what's there currently.
Your Worship. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Look, it's all very well for various people to want to press on and get on with the job, but in terms of the members present and the general public of Dunedin, it is very important that the various questions get answered. And we are here right at the 11th hour, but there are questions about the flexibility. And the question of flexibility is vitally important, and was the one thing that was unique and stressed most vigorously by Cobus Mens between the one-way and the
Point of order. Cobus Mens, I think that was brought up that we weren't to use that.
I guess I'd say that those two Cobus Menses has cancelled each other out. And I'm going to give a certain amount of leeway in as much as that if the Mayor is referring to the fact that they were looking at that there was a mention of flexibility in the past, and that's his point of reference, I will overrule the point of order. Thank you.
I mean, it is a debate about flexibility. And so that's where the term came from. So it is critically important, and it's important for those new councillors also who probably won't have read Cobus Mens's reports, and as have probably most of the population, not aware that New Zealand's premier street designer strongly recommended keeping flexibility so that future generations are not exposed to excessively high costs if change is required. Now, the change that's required, I mean, the ideal situation for change being required, in my observation, would be simply the positioning of the corners at the ends of the street so that the traffic lights might be moved to a wider or narrower position. And so having the infrastructure for those would appear to me to be relatively light. However, I understand what I've heard and that there is, significant redesign. But included in this motion is all of the questions. So I'm not looking for, the every fine element of detail, because that takes, an excessive amount of time, just as having a redesign takes an excessive amount of time. But that is in the nature of the beast. So the point of this is to cover off all of the options and the questions so that councillors are well informed about what is happening and that they have been exposed to all of the possibilities, because it is very clear to see it has been a contentious issue from the time it was first raised, and it still remains a contentious issue, and is likely to remain so into the future. So I think that the people at large, the public of Dunedin, would like to see that flexibility included. And they would like to see flexibility included at a minimal cost. So I have looked in this to include that, so minimal change from the current design in particular, and also the fact that a two-way shared street, a shared path option be included, which is one of the key drivers for George Street. One of the key design features for George Street was so that it's accessible to all and a shared path, continuous surface from one shop front across the street to the other. And so that we'll have the costs for each, rather than being corralled into a particular interpretation of what a two-way street would look like. So to me, this is relatively quick, relatively easy, and puts the debate to bed once and for all. And so I hope that everyone can vote for this bit of increased information, especially since it's on a relatively short time frame and we can't canvass all of those questions verbally in this meeting, but a week to get it out and written should do it, and we can look at it at the next meeting. Thank you.
Councillor Vandervis.
I'm pleased to see that this motion is very constrained in time. It means that it's not going to cost a lot to get some options on the table, even if those options are not able to be precise or expertly costed. I'm particularly pleased that there is a do-nothing option being interpreted as carrying on with the necessary underground infrastructure that needs upgrading, but simply not doing, in the meantime at least, the surface treatments. Ex-Councillor Hall, when we were looking at this cost for surface treatments, which is extraordinarily high in my view, especially for what we're getting in terms of just concrete pavers. The costs of surface treatments came to, in Councillor Hall's estimation, something like $6,000 per square metre. If we can simply not have those costs for the remaining blocks, if we can have a situation where the necessary underground work continues to be done and we're not going to have to stand down to any great extent the contractors that are already there, I can foresee a possibility that a do-nothing option actually ends up buying us time and saving us a lot of money in the short to medium term. money that we're going to need to have to save because we are already 25% over our budgeted capital expenditure. And I don't see any other capital expenditure project, such as stormwater or whatever, that we should be cutting back on or deferring. I think we have an opportunity here to defer some of the cost here, take a breather, but that's just one of the options that I'll be pleased to see very roughly costed. This is a small cost, small time frame, a bit of intense work, admittedly, that staff are being asked to do, but I think it's important that we actually see it, and then even if it doesn't change anything, we will be able to move forward as a less divided council, and a council that actually had some options to consider. Thank you.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Chair. I will not be supporting this, as I previously said. The short time frame is 6 working days, and I think that is a Herculean task for any staff member, any group of staff members, to be delivering what this report requests. So I feel that we would end up in exactly the same position where we are today. So I absolutely do not support this. I cannot speak for the general public wanting flexibility. I have no data on the request for that. We went 2018, we consulted as part of the 10-year plan around this for councillors, for public. All of the information, all of the reports are online, and I would have expected new councillors to do their due diligence and read those reports, because a lot of the information about that is in those reports. So I cannot support yet another report which will come with cost delays, and the expectation of staff to turn this out in 6 days, I feel, is impossible.
Councillor Wiley, and I'm also getting near the end of the list when it gets to 6. Councillor Wiley, and then I intend to speak against, and I believe it's likely that Councillor Gary will speak against.
I will be supporting this motion, but I am deeply concerned about the time frame. I would agree with Councillor Barker that it is going to be a staff Herculean effort to do that in 6 working days. So I'm majorly concerned about that, but I do believe this work needs to be done.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Contrary to the Mayor's comments, this is not relatively quick or relatively easy. And in terms of Councillor Vandervis's comments around the do nothing option, you just totally dismiss the disabled community in your comments.
Point of order.
Point of order.
I have not dismissed the disabled. I'm chair of the Disabled Issues Committee, and I ask you to withdraw a personally offensive comment.
Given that I can't remember exactly what you said, I think if we just carry on.
In the interest of carrying on, I will withdraw that comment.
Just one correction. The committee is called the Disability Issues Advisory Group.
To continue, we're called on as elected members to make decisions based on evidence and best practice and the information before us. And I would reiterate Councillor Barker's comment around new members. I understand you weren't here for the decisions, but you do need to inform yourselves. The information is there. We made what is often referred to as a mockapuna decision, and I stand by that decision that we made in 2021. And I would reiterate that we just need to get on with it. I will not be supporting this motion.
Thank you. I will, by the way, I'm pretty sure that the Mayor, Councillor Vandervis, Councillor Wiley spoke for, Councillor Barker spoke against, I assume you spoke against, and I will be speaking against. That's just simply following the clarification and the standing order. I think the first thing I'm hearing is the Cobus Men's report brought up and up and up, and frankly, in that he said flexibility in the decision is more than anything else, and I doubt that anybody is quoting those reports, is quoting them necessarily as I saw them, I certainly don't agree there. And also, I was sitting in on those George Street Advisory Group meetings, which people seem to forget had retailers and property owners on, and the property owners had one space in that meeting, but were given 4 spaces at the actual meetings. Because there's been talk about we haven't listened and we haven't done. Well, the fact is, those players were all there. So that's getting to the point where it's annoying me. I feel the Mayor is chronically underestimating the costs and challenges of these requests and dismissing them as being nothing. Oh, it won't be big, won't be small, when they've just been told it's $300,000 to $500,000 to do any more design work. So if we're going to go and we're going to do this again, then the $300,000 to $500,000 will be, you either believe staff or you don't, as you go to that microphone, Councillor Van der Vis.
The motion is for council to do new work before the 23rd of February, so it's not possible for those numbers that you've mentioned to be relevant.
Fair enough. Will this put the debate to bed once and for all? I very much doubt it. I'm really wondering whether or not they can do night shifts, because I don't think this debate's going to finish till the last brick's in place, and even then I don't know how it's going to finish. I agree with Councillor Barker. This notice, this particular subsequential motion is just a variation on the one we've just debated. It's adding a couple more points to it. But the consequences of the next step, and answer me this and to yourself, what is the point of asking about these design changes unless you plan on implementing them? Because if you're not going to implement them, then why do you care? And if you are going to implement them, then you're going to have the cost overruns that are being told. So logically, where are you sitting? I had 3 minutes left, but I don't see the need any further than that. Now, just generally, not around the room, I am inclined to believe that any more debate won't really change the outcome. But I really need to ask whether or not we really, because otherwise I have to open it up to all of it. So I'm actually going to move now to put the motion, and it's put after your right of reply.
It hasn't been mentioned, I'm loath to mention it, but we have had a thing in this town called the Stadium, which was highly contentious, and it's still contentious in some quarters.
You are confined to a right of reply.
Yes.
So you can't bring a new item up.
No. So, the object of the exercise here is to cover off all of the angles and the questions that have been raised today, which were unable to be answered in this room, but staff would make a valiant attempt to answer off the top of the head, but some things are, more complex than that. This is not looking for a redesign. So contrary to what the chair is talking about, it's not going to cost $300,000 or $500,000 to produce this report. It is not about producing a redesign. It's about giving some other options to the question of flexibility. Because the core report, the report that we've had, focused in on an interpretation of flexibility that included drop curbs. So, it's contrary to the design precepts for George Street, which is to make it more accessible to all members of the community. And one of the aspects of
I do have to ask you a question here. It's about whether or not you're misleading, because it was clarified in the question and answer that drop curbs is one of a series of options, and all was in there, and it was clarified that all was in there, which means it is not saying that it will be drop curbs. And therefore, I need you to clarify your statement, because you said in your statement just then that what will be done is drop curbs, and it actually says in the report drop curbs or alternatives.
Yeah, the report is about options, and it says in the report that the option was taken to be a 30 kilometre an hour road.
Specific to, I think, whatever part D it is, whatever the item was. Can you please read it out?
Here it is.
No, to us.
Yeah, well,
because you said drop curbs, and I'm just, it's misrepresentation. So 25.2D.
Number 27, item 27. Now look, I think that was a pointless interruption, actually. Point 27, for the purpose of this report.
I have the ability to make sure that this meeting's working appropriately and that the statements in this meeting are accurate, that when I see what I believe is an inaccuracy, to ask for a clarification. And you are still not giving it to me. So can you please read out Part D of that item, which Councillor Barker, I think, is about to give to you?
There's no point in me reading that out.
If you don't read it out, I want you to read that out. That is a request coming from the chair of this meeting.
I'm not reading that out. I'll read out
And I'm going to
for
have
the
to ask
purposes
you,
of this report.
if you do not do that,
Item 27.
Mr Mayor, I am the chair of this committee. You may be the mayor of the city, but I am the chair of this committee. And I am asking of you now to read that out, because I believe you misrepresented, because you said that the staff are asking for drop curbs, and the statement says drop curbs or other things. Does it not? So please read it out.
No.
Then I have to ask you to leave.
This is absolutely ridiculous.
I don't...
Point 27.
Point of order.
Gee, I don't know if I can ask you to leave. Yeah, a call from adjournment, please. 5 minutes. Councillor Walker. All those in favour? Call the meeting back to order. I will ask you, I've been given advice and taken the advice. I'm asking you to withdraw the statement that the staff narrowly referred to curbs.
Sure. I'm happy to do that. The statement that I'm referring to is number 27 on page 30 of the report. And for the purpose of this report, flexibility has been interpreted as measures to enable the remainder of George Street to be modified to allow for a 30 km/h two-way traffic configuration in the future. Now, he goes on to talk about methods of safety with the two-way. And one of those is the introduction of drop curbs, but alternative delineation is also possible. However, it's also entirely possible to have a 10 km/h shared path, and a range of other things, also the possibility for pedestrianisation. The topic of the notice of the notice of motion in the first place is about flexibility. And so what we have on this current motion is a range of options for flexibility, because what we were not given was a range of options. And so various people have said that we've had enough information, but it's been about one particular chosen option, not about the range of options that were possible. And so it's about flexibility, and it's about having the flexibility to look over a range of options. And so in a way, the report is like the converse of that, because it's a narrow choice of one only option. And so, and the option, and how to build that. Whereas what's called for is the flexibility, is how to have flexibility on that street. And there are many ways to achieve that. And so some of those ways are put into this motion, the idea being that we can canvass that broad range of options that were raised today, and have some answers. It doesn't have to be the exact detail of every option. And that, of course, would be a redesign process, which is what the decision might ultimately be about. But primarily, it's about having clarity on the various options that can be seen to be that have been raised in this meeting today, and having a reasonable amount of information about them in a relatively short period of time, just 1 week, because it's clearly not enough time to provide verbal answers in a few minutes here.
Thank you. I'll put it by division.
Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
No.
Councillor Benson Pope.
No.
Councillor Gary.
No.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Sorry, was that? Aye. Councillor Houlihan. Aye. Councillor Lafiso. No. Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
No.
Ms MacDonald.
No, thank you.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
Yes.
Councillor Walker.
No.
Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Ms Matahaere Atariki.
No.
Councillor O'Malley.
No.
Declared lost 9-8.
Thank you very much. And this brings us on to the most controversial item of the day, naming of a private way.
Happy to move.
We're going to Mr. Spears and Mr. Smith to sit down for about 30 seconds. We do actually have, there is actually some questions that are going to precede this that came up at the start of the meeting. And Ms MacDonald and Councillor Lafiso, and I see Councillor Gary indicating. Are you still wishing to ask questions as it relates to the questions you asked at the start of the meeting? You don't have to. Councillor Lafiso, do you want to continue?
Well, just to.
I'll start with you, and then Ms MacDonald might decide if she wants to follow then with Councillor Gary.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Chair. Tēnā kōrua. I actually have no issues with the report as such, but just in earlier item I supported Ms MacDonald's questions, which was about the involvement of mana whenua in the register. So I just asked a long-term question, and it's about probably the road naming policies. But I just said I've noticed in practice since I've become an elected member that while there is involvement in mana whenua in terms of these issues, long term, how do we adjust our policy, our road naming policy, so that there is more of a spread of mana whenua names throughout the region and not just where mana whenua live? Kia ora.
Good afternoon, Councillor. It's a good question. So there's a wider piece of DCC engagement, strategic engagement with mana whenua, which we will connect in with. In terms of road names, it is really important we have road names that reflect the community and are inclusive and diverse. But at the same time, we don't want an approach where we're just plucking names out of a hat and just trying to, I don't know, that might be considered tokenist by some people. So we have a number of names that were put forward by Council in 2017, which we haven't added to the road naming register, which included a number of Māori names. And we're just planning to go back to mana whenua and discuss those, and not only how we add them, but how we make them appropriate and use them in the right places, if that helps.
you happy with that, Ms McDonald? I'll just go to Councillor Gary. Yep, Councillor Gary.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that work that's happening in the background. However, I do have to say that when I read this item, it seemed incredibly inappropriate to me that in 2023 we're naming a street after, was it Rivers in Devon? Devon's a lovely place, but really doesn't feel right for 2023. So my question is, when is the review of the policy going to happen?
The road naming policy is overdue for a review. It should have been reviewed in 2019. This year we'll be focusing on the parking policy, which is sort of our key deliverable, and the traffic and parking bylaw, and the road naming policy will be reviewed next year. It's just a capacity issue for us.
Sure, understand that. Thank you.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Chair. A question was asked earlier, and there was Mr. Drew said that something was coming to council for adoption soon. Is that around names on a list? I submitted some female names last April, I think. Is that what will be coming to council as new names for the list?
Sorry, we have 8 new names for the list, which are female names. We've just added 2 names to that list to make it 10, and we're just going to be doing a press release in the next few weeks to allow the families of those people to either support or object to those names being used. So it is moving. We just didn't want to do it over Christmas. It's not the best time to do sort of consultation.
Yeah, we know all about that. Any more questions? Anybody wish to speak to it? Well, actually, Councillor Vandervis is going to move it. I have a seconder. Councillor Barker. Now, does anybody wish to speak to it? Councillor Gary.
I just wanted to say that this has been something that Councillor Lefiso and I have spoken about, and others over 6 years, really, and I thank the staff for the work that's been going on behind the scenes. It is regrettable that we didn't have the capacity to review it in 2019, and that it will be next year. But I know the intent is there, and I understand the capacity issues. It is important that as we name streets in our city, that they reflect the people who live there, and gone is the time for us to be naming it after rivers in England and so forth. The woman of Utaputi, certainly that particular group was very keen to see the increase of female names, but also more diversity than that, mana whenua and other groups in our community, so it best reflects our community. So I understand the work's been done. I'm impatient for it to be done. I understand why it hasn't been done, but I did just want to note that with my colleagues and with staff.
Any more speakers? I'm fairly safe we can put this one by voice. I'll put it now. All those in favour? Against? Abstained? Carried. We come to just get ready to close the meeting, so I'll ask Ms McDonald if she will close with karakia for us, please.
Kia ora, me ino tātou e te atua kumutu nei a mātou mahi mō tēnei rā, arihina mātou ki o mātou wā kāika, kia tai ora ai mātou ki o mātou whānau, koe hi karaiti tō mātou ariki, amene.
Kia ora, Marlene. So that's pulls this meeting to a close. Do we have any idea when we'll be looking to start the finance meeting?
We're scheduled for 1 o'clock, or at the conclusion of this meeting. I think we should adjourn the meeting immediately and have a half-hour break for lunch. Come back at 1:40, and if I can get someone to second, we've got Councillor Benson Pope seconding the adjournment and opening and shutting of the meeting in the meantime. All in favour? Thank you. being here on time, having had a nice lunch. I'd like now to reconvene the meeting and take this opportunity to welcome all attendees, and that includes Gavin, who is great to be here to speak to any particular questions that you have, and also Richard Davey from Treasury. Thank you very much for being here, and hopefully being able to answer any Waipori questions we might have. I had hoped to provide a comprehensive 20-year past view of DCC debt liability as a context for where we find ourselves now financially in this paper. Staff have proposed to be able to have this contextual information available for our next Finance and Council Controlled Organisations meeting on the 23rd of March. So hopefully some historical background there. I'm also hoping to get some forward projections on proposed profits, interest rates, etc. from our companies, but that hopefully will come later. This is my first time in the chair here for a standing committee, and I wish to thank Mayor Raddick for suggesting that I have this role. I'm very delighted, in fact, to have ex-DCC accountant Councillor Lucas as my deputy to help me understand the foreign language of accounting. I confess that even after many years of looking at pages and pages of financial tables and spreadsheets, that they are still difficult for me to read. But it's very important that we do read them. It's very important, I think, that we have some understanding of what they portend and what they underpin. And I hope you will all persevere at reading the spreadsheets, etc., because they are the financial bed that we make for ourselves, and we have to learn to lie in it. So as chair of this committee, it's my intention to move the recommendations from the chair, since they're all for noting. And before we get into the actual recommendations, a few other notes. First of all, there's no public forum for today. We've had no applications. I believe there are no apologies for today either. I would like to draw your attention to the declaration of interest paperwork at the front of your agenda, and wish to add to it my own two recent chairs, that is to say the chair of this committee, Finance and Council Controlled Organisations, and also the chair of the Disability Issues Advisory Group. Are there any other additions to the declaration of interest paperwork that we have in front of us? All good. Okay, so I move that we accept the declarations of interest and modifications as they are. Have I got a seconder? Bill, thank you. Councillor Ackland. All those in favour? Aye. Against? None. No abstentions. Carried. Thank you very much. We've got to the point, I believe, where we're going to do Part A reports. The Finance and Council Controlled Organisations Committee Forward Work Programme on page 14. Our Chief Executive or Chief Financial Officer have anything that they would like to say in speaking to this report? I've got a shaking head from the CFO.
Happy to take any questions, Councillor.
Okay, so they're happy to take it as read and also to take any questions. Do we have any questions from anybody regarding the Forward Work Programme? Nothing there after all the excitement of this morning. I see that there's probably not going to be a lot of wanting to debate things further. I did want to highlight something in the Forward Work programme, and that is that I have been asked by a member of the public about the parent financial reports, which we haven't yet had, and note that they are due to come to us on the March 23 meeting. So if anyone was wondering where the parent financial reports were, they are due to come to us at the next meeting. The draft statements of intent are also planned for March 23rd. So we will have a bit more of a substantial agenda for the next meeting. If everybody is happy, I wish to move from the chair that the committee notes the Finance and Council Controlled Organisations Committee Forward Work Programme as shown in Attachment A. All those in favour? Pardon. Seconded. Mayor Raddick. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? No abstentions. Okay, motion carried. Going on now to the financial result. 31st of December 2022. Again, do the Chief Executive or Chief Financial Officer have something to say? I see the Chief Financial Officer is coming to the table. Looking forward to any comment you might have.
Thank you, Chair. Probably just to reiterate, the position is not dissimilar from the October and November reports that were presented in the current financial year. What I can say is the CapEx at the end of December was 122% of budget. That's come back a little bit in January, back to 115, probably reflective of the fact that it's a quiet month in terms of that. The Waipori Fund, not wanting to steal Mr Davies' thunder, took a bit of a hit in December. But interesting, there's a over a $2 million bounce back in the January month, which again is indicative of the fact that equity markets are very volatile in the current environment.
Thank you for that. You've noted that it's been a quiet month. Does that mean that we may go up again from the 115%, or do you think that that's likely to continue for the duration?
Again, hard to foreshadow what it's going to do, but obviously February is a shorter month, so one would anticipate that maybe that will just come back a little bit.
And as previously signalled, we are just looking to get closer to the 100%, but we won't hit 100. But I would expect it not, to be within under this anyway.
And how will we manage anything that is over in terms of balancing a budget?
The budget was fine because there's generally projects that are done across a period of years. So it's, as per the discussion earlier, it's money that's in the budget brought forward because we've been in delivery. So that will be in the less expense in the following year potentially. Just
timing issues basically then. Okay, well, thank you very much for that. If you look at item 5, page 17, for instance, I just wanted to share this with you because I look at these tables and sometimes find them a bit mesmerising. What I found helpful when scanning tables like this is to actually look for variances and then look for large or unfavourable ones. And I see we have some fairly large and unfavourable ones here. The net surplus deficit of 19 million and the total debt of 25. But these issues I think we have already canvassed in the past. We recognise that the overspend is coming back. Does anyone have any questions? Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question around depreciation. The unfavourable variances I see keep moving up. In November it was around 12 million and then it's 18 million in December. So when we set the budget, I guess we wouldn't have understood how unfavourable the variances were going to be. So how are we going to get a balanced budget with our operating expenditure at the end of this year, or are we going to be in a hole?
So as Council to be aware, we will be presenting the annual plan budget for 23-24 in the next week, and we will traverse that subject. Certainly it's an unanticipated, so when we did the annual report for 21, it was indicated that the valuation of Three Waters needed to be looked at. We've looked at that. we've put a value in the books as it stands. That value is still subject to audit, and there is a likelihood that potentially it could come back a little bit, which will reduce the depreciation, but won't change the fact that the council will end up in an operating deficit from a pure operating point of view. But remembering that depreciation is non-cash. So one of the things that we'll look at is that we'll look at the funding impact statements, which talks about what's the cash implications of the budget. So that will be one of the things that we'll traverse with councillors as we go through the annual plan. This is not unique to us. If you have a look at the Wellington annual plan budget for 22-23, I think it had a $67 million loss, which is primarily driven by depreciation in the Three Waters space.
Are there any other people wanting to speak? No other questions? No speakers? Well, in that case, I'll move from the chair that we note the financial performance for the period ended 31 December 2022, and the financial position is at that date. Do I have a seconder? Cherry. Councillor Lucas, thank you. All those in favour? All those against? No abstentions? Great, thank you for that. Moving on now to the Waipori Fund, and can I ask Mr Davey to come to the chair? Are there any comments that you'd like to make, Mr Davey, on the reduced returns that we're getting from Waipori currently, having had years of wonderful returns from them, and thank you for that.
Yes, I'd like to make some comments. It was a difficult quarter for the fund with a slightly positive return of just 0.1. I'd like to also highlight that if we look at the equities performance on a long-term basis since August 2013, the equities component of the fund has returned 10.54% per annum. So it is a bit of a corrective period for the fund. Also, one thing which has impacted the value of the fund versus the inflation-adjusted capital base, so that's adversely impacting the fund relative to that. And as Gavin said before, the fund had a solid performance in January, up a little bit more than $2 million, which has reversed some part of that December quarter.
Thank you. It's great to see equities up to 10.54. What is your estimate of where inflation is sitting currently? Just to put it in a context, perhaps.
Yeah, it feels as though inflation could have peaked. It's certainly in countries offshore, like say the US, there's a view that it has peaked, but remains to be seen with on forthcoming data.
Thank you. Nothing else to add?
Not at this stage, no.
Okay. Any questions of Mr Davey or of the report by anybody? You will have noted the graph on page 37 and seen that the blue bars are a bit down, but we've been there before, and we have had good anticipation of the reasons for that. No questions? Anybody want to speak to me moving from the chair that we note the report from the Dunedin City Treasury Limited on the Waipori Fund for the quarter ended 31 December 2022. Yes, Councillor Wiley. Happy to second? Okay. Easy. Anyone wish to speak to it? All right, I'll put the motion then. All those in favour? Against? No abstentions. Thank you. I declare the motion carried. Moving on now to item 7, Dunedin City Holdings Limited Parent Financials, year ended 30 June 2022. Page 39 of your agenda. Ms Graham or Mr Logie, comments please.
Probably just some background for this report for new councillors. So historically, Dunedin City Holdings parent numbers were produced as part of the annual report for Dunedin City Holdings, but as the columns in that report became wider the conclusion came that actually we needed to remove those, otherwise the report would have been too complicated. So as part of the transparency in terms of presenting this information, what we do once a year is we present the parent financials for the holding company. So that's the holding company on its own without anything else. So this is the purpose of this report. I'm happy to take any questions on the stuff in it.
Could you just explain to me in the first instance, but hopefully some others as well, the rules and the relevance of a parent company as opposed to the other companies?
So when you do group accounts, the accounting standards don't require you to produce parent company numbers in the same report. But the parent company is basically the company that owns everything. So basically it has the shareholding, it has the dividends coming in, it has obviously a set of directors. So it's quite a simple company. It obviously has some borrowings that are historical. But yeah, other than that, that's it.
And I'll just add, and what that means is council, so the council is the shareholder in DCHL. And then DCHL is the shareholder in the subsidiary companies, which is Delta, City Forest and the other ones. So that's the parent is DCHL, and that's what council has oversight of, direct oversight of.
And also we go to DCHL to look for dividends, to look for what might be interest costs and stuff going forward, etc.
Yes, the other holding company who the council works through rather than directly with each of the individual companies. So are you quite happy with a structure where we don't actually deal with the companies directly, but we basically deal through DCHL for most of this kind of information? Councillor, that's a question for the elected members about what comfort they have with the current structure.
Okay, thank you. Nicely fielded. Councillor Barker. Question?
Chair, I'm just a little confused about this because obviously we got their annual report, which came, was it January? I've forgotten the date. But how does this differ from the annual report? And I know you've explained it, but my comprehension is a little confusing about why we're not getting all of the information at once.
So the reason why they do this, so the consolidated accounts that you get for DCHL is the parent company plus all the others to give us a total for that group. So it gives you a group performance and statement of financial position. Okay, this report we present separately, just as as the chief has indicated. This is just as a shareholder. Here is what the parent company looked like, because it's the consolidated result that you want to be aware of, because that's the consolidated result of the whole group. This is just for transparency purposes, just to show this is what the parent looked without having that other stuff in there.
Could we require them to have that in the annual reports of everything? I'm just thinking of people looking for the information about the whole annual report, that it's not in one place, because often I do go online and find their annual reports online, so I just wonder about...
If council were of the mind, we could ask them to do that through the letter of expectation. Just be aware that then that creates a degree of complexity in the annual report that actually could potentially be confusing, because you end up with two sets of numbers. Because you end up with a parent number and then the group number, and it's the group number that the consolidated report is trying to portray.
Councillor Lucas.
So just for clarification, this is a management report that just comes here, only to here. It doesn't get audited as part of our annual report or DCHL's.
So just so we're clear, the numbers are audited, but this is just a management report. Yep, correct.
Is everyone clear on that? Cool. If there are no further questions, I just move from the chair that we note the financial performance of the year ended 30 June 2022 and the financial position at 30 June 2022 for Dunedin City Holdings Limited parent company. Seconder, let's have Mandy. Councillor Mayhem, and all those in favour? Against? Anyone? No abstentions? I declare the motion carried. And with that, I believe I can close the meeting because we've ripped through it. And thank you for your attendance and for your accepting of very clear financial results. Thank you.